Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Balian2483, Slice the Elder, Master Maticus, George Rockland, Despot Cini, Fosti254, Igladub, Ols Zarin, Antiwian, Lost Guardian, Shrek Militaire 2018, Cool Doge, Aggie5857, Not Delusional, Robert D4Y, and the Chaucer. The Chaucer. Dwarven Duffy, hello, hello. Good to see you again. We're getting close to the end. So, after yesterday's stream, let's have a recap, a state of the stream. Beautiful people of the internet, chat, brothers. We're at a point in the run where barbarian camps don't really provide anything to us. The only barbarian camps we can do, because they're all full of chosen now, even the smallest ones, are the tiniest ones. They have no famed items. They really don't offer anything to us. Literally nothing, basically. Moving on down the map, in Goblinville, look. It's all these great underground goblin cities. And realistically, we can't do these safely. They have multiple shamans at this point with the scaling. Moving down a little further. Here in Orkville, we can still farm this. Somehow, surprisingly. These are okay. And actually, you know, these are good for us. However, you know, it's just the one faction. The zombie dead are now starting to come with too many fallen heroes accompanied by necromancers, which presents potential risk. The ancient dead camps, we've cleared them all as we've seen them, and now here's what we've left on the map. Coven of Hemivores, Coven of Hemivores, Coven of Hemivores, Coven of Hemivores, right? So every time you destroy a camp by a faction, a new one is generated somewhere else on the map, more or less instantaneously. So those ancient dead ones have all basically been transformed. You know, nomads are never going to be a good fight for this company with the way it's built, and brigands are kind of the same. So what does that mean? So thank you, Ash Gaming Tales. Is this run dead with only one viable faction? It is not dead, but here's what it means. It sounds like you're breaking up with us. It does. This does sound like the thing you would say to you. That's weirdly accurate. That's weirdly accurate. Anyway, what this means is that it is getting to the point where the risk from the fights is surpassing the benefit. Right? The team is no longer meaningfully gaining veteran levels. Right? It takes just an absolute monstrous amount of experience to gain each subsequent veteran level. The benefits from named gear is relatively small, given that we've got these fancy armors that we were able to loot from, you know, the noble armies. Right? These attachments, these armors with attachments, are so good. Right? Yes, we can get more efficient named armor pieces from the perspective of durability to weight ratio, definitely. But the amount that they are better isn't that much more than this with its extra resolve, if that makes sense. Right? These Brigandian harnesses with the attachment are really good. Same deal with the named helmets. They're not that much better than these, realistically. At what point do the base camps become harder than the legendary locations? You know, I guess it depends. It's going to be faction by faction, but something to keep in mind is that !run rules, the only thing it states is we have to clear Black Monolith. If a brother falls in the monolith, we persevere. Now, we hope that doesn't happen, right? So we hope to not have a brother fall in the monolith. We're gonna see if we can do it deathless, but it's a tough fight. It's a tough fight. Anyway, if we're unable to safely clear a bunch of the camps from all the factions, what that means is no new camps are being generated, and we're not able to sustain gold with a cartographer. We spent a lot of time trying to get bro number 16. We procced so many events on this little stretch of road. So many events here, and so many events down here. And none of them gave us our brother. And that was the biggest spike in power. And he struck down. Oh yeah, we've had brother struck down. We've had brother struck down. The difference between vanilla and this is, well, 9 lives. Can we get an obituary check? We sure can. Clean. Clean. But yeah, I think Psycho Link puts it nicely. Put in other words, the risk of killing the run by losing a bro farming camps is higher than the risk of taking on Monolith as is. Bingo. Perfectly stated, right? Everything that I was saying is a preamble to that statement. We have reached the point where the risk from fights... Let me put it this way. If we were to lose a brother, I don't think we have the capability, really, to farm another one. Right? We can't event farm. We're running out of time. We can maybe just do contracts instead. Right. That would otherwise be an option. So, is it the same as in vanilla with struck down? I think it's the same. I think struck down works the same in vanilla and in hardened. My challenge run in vanilla I did where no one was allowed to be struck down. In this one I allowed it. Just the fights are spikier and I just wasn't as familiar, so here's the plan. Here's the plan as is. Right now we're I was really nervous at the end of last stream, if we're being honest. I was pretty nervous. But I feel good now. Or I was like near the last like couple hours, but I feel good where we left it. We've got enough food that we can get to the road. We're living off strange meat, but I think once we get this camp we're good. And we gained enough crowns from our adventuring and discovering camps here with the fresh orc camps that have spawned that I feel good, right? So the current plan is, you know, like bust this camp that we're right next to. You can't even really call this a snack, but it is for food, so it's kind of like for snack. So we're gonna bust this camp. We're probably gonna explore like this series of unexplored. It's cute. It's like a star. We're gonna, you know, discover these sort of unexplored areas, though I guess they're mostly mountains, but we're just gonna peek on them, see if there's anything nearby. Make our way back to the road. And we're gonna do one final sort of counterclockwise sweep, taking out caravans along the way, building up food, probably beating up on the wooden watchtowers one more time. We'll visit our favorite little wooden watchtower. If we have excess time, funds, etc., we might try to last ditch effort, maybe proc an event bro up here. Maybe one time for good old sake. But we'll see. But at that point, I think the ability of the team to sustain itself is diminishing alongside the lack of increase in power, where we can't sit and farm an event bro. Like, that time has passed. That ship has sailed. So we're going to make our way back up here, and then we'll sweep back this way, get to the ancient temple, and then head south, taking fights along the way, because we want to keep our mood high, and head down to Black Monolith. What I'm saying is, I think the current map sweep from where we are now, out east, then north through civilization, then to the west, then back south, will be the final circle we make along the map. So that's going to be what today's stream is going to be, is that circle. I'm not going to do Monolith today. I'm going to save that for Saturday. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Slay the Spire 2. Friday I'm not going to be able to stream. But Saturday I'll do a EU and NA friendly start time is the plan. Maybe something like 9 a.m. Central US time. Something like that. But that's going to be the plan. Now, I'm not sticking to that plan concretely. If we get thrown a wrench, we'll, you know, this is not like a concrete plan, but that is the current sketch. So, bro's got to be so out of practice for Monolith. Now, what would be ideal? What would be perfect? Is if all of those things I just described happen, except when we get close to Monolith, there's a cute little snack. A group of wandering zombies or something that we can do first. So that's the current state, and that's the current plan. So these bolas that we accumulated earlier to maybe do library, not gonna bother. The time it would take to get the library reward, I don't think we've got on the table. So I'm not, and I think that fight's kind of risky anyway. We're gonna do one last NASCAR lap. Gotta hit all the scenic spots. Exactly. So we can use these attachments now. This armor is good enough. I'm just gonna plop one on, but we're gonna hang on to the other one. We'll do metal plates and rivets. We'll hang on to the metal joint covers just in case we find one more piece of named gear before we arrive. If we don't, we're just gonna slap it on the coat of scales. So did past Slurgy leave us in good enough shape to fight this camp? He did. What a guy. So we'll do this fight. No Warlord, so this should be okay. But I think the team, like, I think we are ready. Like, I think the team is genuinely, truly ready. I think Monolith will fall. How come we still not 16? It's a good question. How come we still not 16? This team looks very strong. We have no idea how the mod this... Yeah, so the Black Monolith fight, I did do it in the Dawnforged Champions. That was the one like complete hardened run that I did. And it had like sword masters, which are broken in this, and all sorts of things. And boy, it's a serious fight. It is a much more difficult capstone fight than it is in vanilla. So yeah. It's gonna be challenging. Yeah, how do gnomes go? How do gnomes go? Fundamentally, the fight is the same, but honor guards are very spooky now. Yeah, fundamentally it's the same, but now we've got, you know, the honor guards, which are beefed up. We've got a Necrosavant Lord. Like, it's just, it's a transformed fight. I don't think there's more. What is the number? There's like 47? Is that the number of enemies? It's like just shy of 50. Something like that. Mono Vanilla is 43. Yeah, so I'm talking about Hardened. Sorry. So I'm talking about the Hardened number. But I think the number is 43. If it's not 43, it's... Or 40, excuse me, 47. It's something like that. It's shy of 50. Maybe I should check that. Well, I don't know. They're much stronger enemies. Ancient Honor Guard are much stronger. But so are we, right? So it's... You know, I don't know. All right, so we are stronger, the enemies are stronger. It's just sort of a different scenario. NCTRLS, hello. Got him. Ancient Honor Guards are mostly a joke on vanilla usual run. Yeah, they're not bad in vanilla. Agreed. Yep. No, you're absolutely right for vanilla. So do you be interested to have a data on how much food turned bad across a full run? Like in this? In this run? In the challenge run? Like a lot. I don't know. I'm curious why you're interested in that data, because that seems fairly low value information. Or like I don't understand what you know, there's nothing actionable from that, I don't think. But if it's a curiosity, then, you know, it's certainly a curious one. You're sorry you were playing this sunken library? Felt really frustrating. I got surprised with seeing you got a lot of food, and half a day later it was all gone due to expiration. Not used to the No Town run? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, you have to be paying very close attention to that. So my advice to Ash Gaming Tales is be very, very, very careful. As soon as you start making journeys out to the map's edge, where you get the good stuff, a little bit less relevant for the Anatomists run, but still, you know, worthwhile to consider. Be mindful, because running out of food you could get a really terrible dry spell where you just don't see camps. It can happen, and you have to be ready for that. So. Bopped him. But yeah, you need to get there first. That's true. The early game is all the more difficult stuff anyway. There's definitely very different like map objectives for Anatomists for sure. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Early game is difficult for Peasant Militia also. Oh, definitely. Oh, it's very difficult. Got him. Got him. Let's reactivate Flail Spinner. Logs analysis can be often interesting, like how much tool used, how much damages per bro the entire run, how much gold spent in salary, and blah blah blah. Yeah, they can be interesting. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about that a little bit more. Thinking about Slay the Spire 2 coming out, how little I care about data like that, and how much others seem to be interested in it. Like, my approach is so driven by just like a cross-check between different experiences, like updating my heuristic I'll do like very detailed analysis of specific things, but trying to get data from like big picture things feels like the thing the CEO does at your company, but is completely fucking pointless. Like, it feels like, you know, how help desk time to close went down, but it's because they stopped actually working on the ticket. They just decided, I didn't want to work on this and I wanted to make our metrics look better. Too real? Anyway, I tend not to be that interested in that kind of data. It's not totally useless, but I find it to be not so useful. Data like how many 95% hits missed and how many 5% got hit would be interesting. See, I think that would not be interesting because it is what it says it is. And if it isn't what it says it is, then it's a stupid game and I don't want to play it. I mean, I'm not interested in that piece of data at all. I just trust the game. And if the game is untrustworthy, then the game is the problem. Or I just got unlucky. And here's the deal. You can get unlucky. And it's okay. It's okay to get unlucky. That's gonna happen. Now let's go for the headshots here. Oh, I guess we're out of fatigue, huh? Well. Are you really ending the run because of the reasons you posted in the Discord? Or are you just afraid of the gnome guy? It can be both. For instance, you just did your guild raid on WoW a couple of hours ago, and you do look at logs to understand things and improve. What damage you took that could be avoided, what rotations you did compared to others, and how it's better. Yeah. In some games, I think that's worthwhile. That's fair, right? I don't mean to extrapolate that to my statement about Battle Brothers necessarily to all things. I could see that being useful in a game like World of Warcraft. Potentially, right? Having never played it, I can only guess, but sure, yeah, that's fair. Question, what enemies yielded you gold to get cartographer in your militia run? Like caravans and peasants are obvious, but not sure it'll be enough. Oh, in Anatomus, you don't have to worry about gold, really. Your wages are so low. I mean, not that you don't have to worry about it at all. But the big windfalls come from mercenaries. Mercenaries are the big gold givers early on. Missed. Full horse. It's very different in WoW because you can optimize the numbers. You can't do anything actionable with data in Battle Brothers. The 95% hits are still 95% hits. Yeah, exactly. Right? There's no benefit to knowing you missed a 95 or not. Like, if you base a decision based on that, you are making a mistake. Your decision should be based on, is this thing I'm doing correct with a 95% chance to hit? Whether it hits or not is irrelevant to that first question. And that is a very important distinction to make when analyzing this game specifically. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, Casario. You would not and should not redo your decisions based on whether you hit or not. It should be whether it was correct to do it with that hit chance when you did it. which I think is a critical distinction to make. Or crucial, maybe is the word I want, not critical. Anyway. Thinky man, talky word. Do you think this challenge is possible with other starting backgrounds? So you're talking about like this specific Hardened challenge? I don't know. It's a good question. My first inclination is maybe no, actually. Okay, so that guy's running away. What a wimp. Yeah, I figured Scottibush would get hit there. Oh well. Sometimes you don't know if data is useful until after you've collected it. What would be a good example of that kind of data, Sins? Because I mean, I think that's true. Just generally. But I'm curious if you have something in mind that you're thinking of with that statement. We kind of do have a stats mod, and it does do a good job of the data. We have one, right? Though truly, I think I'm less interested in it than than other people are. I don't think I've looked at it once. We could look at. I mean, no, I have looked at it once. I mean, I have looked at it. We can look at it together. We'll certainly look at it before the end of the run. Or like at the end of the run, maybe more accurately. That guy rallied. You personally don't think it's possible with anything other than Peasant Militia? It may be technically possible. If you try a billion times and the stars align, you get a perfect luck. Like it's possible to roll 120s in a row on a d20, but realistically it's not possible. Yeah. Right, possible and feasible become an important distinction when you start talking about stuff like this. In a Battle Brothers, possible example is you could see the percent of rolls that failed / missed at less than 15% chance in fights with deaths versus no deaths. Okay, sure. Yes, I agree. That would be interesting and useful. I don't know what sort of action I would have on it, but I could see there being actionable results from that. Or you could maybe have some sort of insights that could inform your play. If you find that like 75% of your deaths are the result of high variance rolls, it means the player's not doing a good job at accounting for variance. Yeah. And then how can you account for variance? And essentially you just need the A/B test of like, you know, the ways in which you account for variance and how it was or wasn't better than just, you know, increasing some sort of, you know, basically do you want to move the whole bell curve or do you want to move only the smaller, you know, the lower probability but bad parts of the bell curve? And how much do you want to do? You know, at what point is the crossover worth it to do one versus the other? Because obviously, as we all know, there's a certain amount of truth to improving only the worst case and improving even the best case, right? There's some balance there. We got another sword lance. This one's not very good, but you know, actually, is it not that good? Hold up. That was not a thing we needed, that's for sure. Oh boy. So obviously it's not going to compete with Darling Hose, given the high damage roll. But you know, it's probably better than the Bloodstorm of the Morning for Mystic Nemo. The armor damage is relevant to us, and it will be especially relevant to us fighting against Ancient Dead. Right, so Strike and Reap going from 8 and 17 to 9 and 18 does matter. Is the extra armor damage worth it? Armor damage and this one's heavier too. Seems good to you? I don't know. I kind of think the one we've got on now might be better than the old one by a little bit. Will that be a pocket sword lance for super long fights? We don't need that. The bro's got some good fatigue management. Right, we've got decisive, polearm mastery, and finesse. I found that on Darling Ho, for example, literally never stamps out. Literally never. Literally never. Is there still a difference after decisive? Maybe they rounded the same. Oh, they might. Yeah, let's check that. I hate that we have to check that, but let's check it. Right? So what we're looking at, I almost wish I could. Well, whatever. I'm putting it on another tab, on like a browser tab. You can't see it. Sorry. So I'm doing 14 times 0.8 from finesse times 0.75. Right, which is 8.4, which rounds up to 9. So sanity check. Good. Says 9. Right, and on this other weapon, it goes to 8. So sanity check, we're going to start with the number 13 instead of 14. Okay, goes to 8. Right, 7.8 goes to 8. So now, let's add in the less fatigue built up from decisive, while we have 2 or more stacks, which we don't have at the beginning of the fight, but we do at the end. Right, so now we're going to multiply these numbers times 0.85. So this one goes from 8 to 7, whereas this one goes from 9 to 8. So then comparing Reap, right, so the base cost is 29 versus 28. Right, so that goes, it's 15 when fully decked out for both of them. And 17 versus 18. Yeah, so actually it becomes the same number once we have the same number on Reap once we have the decisive stacks. Okay. So yeah, I think the extra armor damage is worth it. I think this is an improvement. It's heavier, and it does require a little bit more momentum to get going, but I think the extra armor damage is pretty relevant, especially when we're fighting against like Ancient Dead. One of the big differences in vanilla compared to Hardened is that in vanilla, your primary way of killing things most efficiently is to just simply go through armor, right? You can do combined arm tactics and things like that against different types of enemies and blah, blah, blah. But generally speaking, go straight for the hit points. In Hardened, because so many more enemies have nimble, one with the shield, you know, medium armor, what's it called again? Flexible, super high hit point pools. All of these things combined mean usually enemies die after you've completely stripped their armor and then attack their hit points, meaning that our value for raw damage and armor damage goes up, and our value of combined arm tactics goes up relative to vanilla. So stripping armor with a hammer before attacking with a sword lance. I've talked about this before. Anyway, we still often strip armor with the sword lances just because that's what's relevant, especially if we want to maybe attack earlier in the turn order because we don't want to lose out on building up decisive and unstoppable stacks. Anyway, the armor damage I think is quite a bit more relevant. So I think I'm convinced. We'll use the new one. You seem to be killing more orcs than any other enemy? Yeah, no, that's because we're the company is best suited to fight orcs. It's just how it is. It's what we're good at. Okay. So we gained more strange meat from that, right? I think I feel pretty good about our food situation. It says 6 days, which is a lie, but we do actually have like a couple days worth of food. But regardless, we still need to mitigate risk. We can't stay out in the wild without the cook, and we can't hire the cook anymore. I probably should have grabbed the cook instead of the bounty hunter. Oh well. Young berserkers and a warlord. Huh. We'll fight this. We'll fight this. Want to keep our fight density up as much as possible during the stream. That means a camp somewhere nearby is easier. You know, that might have been the one we busted. It might have been the one we just did, potentially. Or one of the ones at the end of last stream. That's right, taking the kids for a walk? Taking the kids for a walk, apparently. Got him. Hold steady. Okay, so there's our warlord. Cute little guy. Felt cute. Might go on a walk with the kids later. It's an onslaught. Take a strategically timed sip of our sparkling beverage while we wait for the enemies to walk towards us. The micro. Your boy Slurgy still got it. Get wrecked, children. And I might wait on Miles, just in case this warlord goes down to here. And let's wait on Scottaboosh. And on Slice the Elder. And on apples and fruits. Okay. I see. He's picked where he wants to be? Sure. We're okay with that, Hex. Should be able to kill him before he gets a turn. Basically guaranteed. Got him. I was hoping that would maybe break his spirits. It didn't. Little guy is so brave. Doesn't even have a weapon. Yeah, he hit Master Maticus. But look at how pitiful that damage was. That's the power of Nimble +1 with the shield plus brace for impact. Pretty strong. Pretty strong. That's why I've been so, you know, whatever with his armor. It like matters so little. We pretty much just have it for the +5 threat. All we care about is the attachment. Looks like we gained a swag level on Curse Word. You love to see it. And we're gonna have the banner out a bunch during the final fight. So actually, let's pump up our resolve just a smidge. And that brother also has the exude confidence, so we want him to be confident more quickly and to maintain it. Okay, so we're gonna walk over towards these final bits of unexplored terrain. I expect, given that we've cleared... Take it in. Hey. We gained another dog! Another dog we can bring in to the final battle. Who should have a puppy? 16th bro? I guess we already have another dog. And actually, isn't this one also Battle Brother? Yeah, literally it's the exact same event. These dogs have duplicate names. They're both Battle Brother. I'm only interested in fillies. Let's give Battle Brother to... Scotaboosh. Someone with combo. Actually, probably makes the most sense. I might move Antiwian's dog over to Fossa 254 for that same reason. Someone with combo and rotate. They can release the Warhound for just 1 AP. We're gonna bring out the dogs for the final fight. Everyone's got to participate. Anyway, before that event procced, oh yeah, I guess I should update, because we're still gonna track it, we're still gonna track it. You made a bond with that dog? You know, I made a bond with Mango, but he's a traitor right now. Anyway, what I was saying is I expect that we'll find camps in these foggy areas because we've cleared the entire rest of the map, basically. But in this area, for sure. Taking a man's dog away from him is pure evil. Oh, there's those Shrats again. True. But war is cruel. Okay, we'll step on this mountain here. Again. In case there's any new camps that have spawned. Nothing? Really? We haven't been through this area in a really long time. That's the other downside too, like when the map is fully scouted. Since discoverability radius and vision radius are not the same, there's a tendency to walk over like the same places over, you know, the exact same ground, tread the same ground, because it's like the shortest path algorithm puts you through the same pathing. And I can't remember like exactly where I've been, right? I know I've been here in this region generally, but obviously I'm not remembering where exactly I've been, you know what I mean? Food? Yeah, that's why we're making our way back towards civilization. So we just had a bunch of food go bad. That's why I was really thankful for those fights as we went this way. I'm also hoping we find a fight so that we can get some food. Okay. Raiders base camp. Perfect. Dog is on the menu. Dog's not on the menu. But orcs are. 33% fame chance. 33% fame chance. We'll see how this goes. There is also, you know, admittedly, a certain amount of fatigue for the run itself that I can feel taking its toll on me to an extent. You know, a lot of these battles, the execution at this point is, you know, this fight is basically the exact same as the previous. So I'm ready for a change of pace from that. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Same as the old boss. So he just wants to play Slay the Spire 2? I mean, that's also true. That is also true. That is a contributing factor. It is. But even in fights like these, again, the benefit is, at this point, relatively minimal. And like this fight, I'm not too worried, right? I think the risk here specifically is pretty low. But in fights like this, you know, the risk, it's not, it's something. I don't know what it is, right? I can't, I'm not sure exactly where it is, but it's not zero. We need rider orcs like wolf riders. Well, we get that from goblins. Alright, goblins give us wolf riders. Lightning. Okay, so it seems like they've got more warriors up the northern part than the southern. I suppose I should... Nah, he's got his disrupted flow twice. Let's attack up there. You meant boar riders? Oh, sure. Yeah, they could ride whatever. A boar works. You planning to do the Black Monolith anytime soon? Yeah. So I'm actually thinking of doing it in the next stream, which I'm planning to be on Saturday. I'm not committed to that, to be clear. Depending on the events of today, like, I want to be open for other potential things. I don't know, who knows, right? It's not like a hard deadline, but that's kind of what I'm thinking, big picture. Early start Saturday? Yeah, so what I'm thinking is, well, we'll see where we end up at the end of the stream, but probably early, but not that early. So, not like my 7 a.m. Central Time start time, but maybe like 8 or 9. Make sure I'm fully awake, mentally engaged, etc., etc. Wow, that was quite the morale cascade. Eyes turning red. Take that, you nerds. So yeah, I'll let I will announce in the Discord, so don't feel like you're missing out on some sort of official announcement or whatever. I will announce in the Discord like what I, you know, formally, officially, finally plan to do. Like when my start time will be. But as of now, yeah, I'm thinking Saturday, somewhat early, not super early. And that's when we'll put a bow on this particular run. If you like it, then you should have put a bow in it. You know, the lyrics to that one song. It was a pop culture reference. How'd I do? Yeah, let's just stay here. But yeah, it is very exciting. Full force. Full force. If you find a 16th bro, would you give him time to level? Yes. If we found a 16th bro, I would give him time to level. He won't need that much time. Because I think these fights are like big enough. And we could take him to fights like this, and he would gain just an absolute ton of experience. So it wouldn't take long for him to hit level 11. It really wouldn't. Have him run around and pick up tools and ammo. But yeah, it really wouldn't take that long to get him leveled up. It would go really fast. Pretty sure. Full force. It would take longer to theory craft him by Slurchy. Unironically, yes. Like actually, that's probably actually true. Yeah, that's almost certainly true. I will say that is one particular way in which this mod shines. The theory crafting possibilities are chef's kiss. Excellent. Hello, hello. Are we still yeah, we are still surviving off of strange meat, and we're getting even more strange meat from these orcs here. But we're making our way back towards civilization. I'm gonna grab more mushrooms. I don't know if we have enough mushrooms. So that's actually good to see another round of strange mushrooms. I suppose we probably do. Like 9 things of strange mushrooms. I think we'll maybe use like 4 or 5, probably. So. All right, Master Maticus is leveled up. And actually, interestingly enough, yeah, so we'll go with Resolve and then probably not melee skill. Probably go with, any chance we grab the sensor before Black Monolith? I don't think so. I don't think it provides that much benefit, even in Black Monolith. I think creating the miasma is a problem. The castigates are too unwieldy. I don't think so. It's an interesting prospect, but I don't think I'm going to. Okay. So what's our food situation now? Yeah, okay. Depends on when in the day those foods expire. Hopefully we find one more camp before we make our way to the road. But I suppose we're already close. Let's take a quick peek on this mountain here, since it's about to be morning. Aha! Old Hugo's hut. Good old Hugo. Heading to sleep, good luck with the run. Good night, chat. Hope to catch Mono Fight on Saturday Live. Hey. Thanks, Ash Gaming Tales. Also, good continued luck to you in your current adventures. You got to day 35 with a solid start, fingers crossed. Nice. I caught like 5 minutes of it today. Not even, and I knew I wouldn't even be long enough to say hi, but I did see that you were doing it and it looked like it was going all right. So good to see that. I think that's what I saw. So nicely done. Last minute of the stream, you got a 4th bro. Hey, very nice. What did you get? 4th Anatomist with 3 start in range attack. Nice. Did you get like the really low probability, just like Anatomist joins event? The one with a score of like 2? But your event pool is so small that it's actually not that unlikely. Nice. Yeah, very nice. But yeah, it's funny because that score normally, like with an event score of 2, is like so unlikely or would otherwise be crazy unlikely. But the event pool for Anatomist, especially if you don't have like bad traits, is so small that it's actually like an okay chance of proccing. Wiki says with 3 Anatomists, it's a score of 10. But no idea if it's 2 or 10. Well, you have Metarecker's mod, right? It should say the score. It should say the score. Is it 10 until... I thought it was with 2 or fewer it was... Well, I guess I don't remember for sure. Records mod says 2? Okay. Named Dagger event is really cool. One of the few ways you can get a famed item that early. Actually, that specific event, Rufin, I think there's a day restriction on the named item. Like if it's too early, it literally cannot be a named item. And maybe thinking of a different event. But I might not be. Not only you got the named dagger, you get a max damage named dagger. It's after day 16 as per the wiki, you got it at day 20. Oh, okay, all right, that's still pretty early. That's still pretty early. Cool. Hell yeah. You love to see it. Famed counter is going to stay at 1 for a long time? Yeah. All right. Good night, Ash Gaming Tales. Sorry to keep you up. In Hardened, a Famed Dagger that early would go so hard. Oh, it would go so hard. Dude, that'd be so good. That'd be sick. Full force. Does the lightning sword have riposte? It has riposte, but the riposte itself does not do lightning. Yeah, it has the skill riposte, but the riposting attack does not proc the lightning. Yeah, just for the 10 MF? Yeah, it's got it. Full force. I wonder if this camp will have food. Often undead camps don't, but I think this specific type of undead location actually can. The strange meat count. Best not to ask what that is. But when we're only down to strange meat, we'll take strange meat. It's actually kind of a little bit of peace of mind. And could maybe go up to this Wanted Men's Retreat. But honestly, I don't know that the Briggy camps are a good idea. I guess it depends on how many sharpshooters and stuff they've got. Yeah, we've got enough food. 9% is meh. Yeah, 9% is meh. We'll take a quick peek at what they've got. We're in it for more than just the shinies. See, I don't think this, the problem is like the sharpshooters and the master archer, they really can gunna bro down in ways that are unlikely but possible. The benefit here is minimal. Yeah, and on a hill. The hill's a big part of it. But since we've got the bounty hunter, it could have been like a champion robber baron who could have a body armor or something for us. So that would be, oops, sorry, hit my microphone. But that would be worth checking out. Good boy George, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Made it back to civilization with 69 food, nice, nice. 7 to 10 sharpshooters, like... Since they concentrate fire in this mod, and you can't, and they've got bullseye, and I mean, no, we don't do this. Like, we don't do this. Ranged units, yeah. That's all you need to say, Rufin. We can pretend the whole conversation happened. You still think the AI design is the problem? I don't think it has to be. I think there's a number of problems all contributing to it. Because exactly what you said. Yes, but I think if you can make it so that that is controllable, and it doesn't have to be, I mean, this is a whole other conversation. We've kind of had it before. But I agree that they're not good as is. We are certainly aligned in that. All right, so this is what we wanted. We want to find these caravans because we want food. All right, get on in here. Get on in here. Come on. Come on. Don't be shy. You're being a little bit shy. At some point, the enemy number becomes big enough, and if they can choose to focus one row, that row can just randomly die, and you have no agency over that, which basically makes it so you can't fight that. Agreed. And I agree that is a problem. All right, we'll grab the strange meat alongside for now. We will hopefully be able to just discard it. Slowly stops the caravan on the road and tells them, food evening, fellas. That's right. Food evening indeed. A food evening and a feast for us. So what did we actually get? Berries and bread. Nice. A little morning toast, you know, a little jam. A little fruit preserves to sprinkle onto your morning bread. Sounds pretty nice. Toasted over the open fire. What's that? There's like a specific medical condition where if you only eat like certain types of meat, you can get really sick. Like but you'll actually starve to death. Like if you eat only rabbits or something like that, because you don't get any. I'm thinking of a specific thing, and now the details are escaping me. Rabbit starvation? Yeah, I think it's called rabbit starvation. That is what I'm thinking of. The total lack of fat. That's what it is. Without enough fat or carbohydrates, you only have like protein, and then you die, essentially of starvation. It's because humans can only get about 1/3 of their calories from protein? Yeah. Despite what your local fitness influencer might be telling you. Not that protein isn't good for you, right? I'm certainly no health expert, but it's an onslaught. Excess protein is a factor in the signaling to promote muscle growth. Right, yeah, exactly, right? So it is important. But you do need other things. Don't just eat rabbits. There's a lot of foods that, though they contain carbs, proteins, and fats, lack some other micronutrient you need too, amino acids, vitamins, etc. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't know who the quote is attributed to, but the statement like, eat food, mostly vegetables, and don't worry too much, is kind of a pretty good health advice. Again, I'm no expert on this though. Don't take your health advice from any idiot on the internet, especially me. My way of eating relatively healthily is actually just to enjoy cooking. That's my thing. All right, we got some bread. A big shipment of ammo. It's ours now. Slurgy, do you know how hard it is to find an idiot that's not on the internet? To be fair, these days, most people are on the internet, so, you know? You like to Google questions and pick specific idiots to believe personally? Yes. Make sure you've got a preconceived notion of what you want to believe before asking your question. Phrase your question such that it will confirm your belief. Find confirmation of said belief, and then say, see, I looked it up. I did my research. Okay, so what do we have here at this stone watchtower? No, I'm in fact, not only am I not on the internet and I'm on your local machine, I'm not even real. I'm an AI from your PC specifically. 11 types of enemy. Yeah, we've got quite the menagerie. Footmen, billmen, crossbowmen, standard bearers, sergeant, knight, heavy footmen, halberders, arbalesters, herald, squire, and herald's bodyguards. It's the arbalesters that are the problem here, but they're not a substantial problem. Pretty decent named item chance. This could be fun. Yeah, no champions for shinies, which is too bad. Also, our crowns have gone down, even from the start of the stream. We've picked up very little. So yeah, we're definitely gonna need to take these fights along the way. The watchtowers do have crowns. And we could use one or two more of these attachment armors. One or two. Oh, maybe we don't, actually. We'd like selection, though. Potentially. I don't know, we'll see. Let's just do it. The stream is pre-recorded by Future Slurgy. We'll never know how we truly... Yeah, exactly. You're speaking to Slurgy from the past. "28 enemies. Okay, we got lucky. I love that. That little, you know, that little icon gives me great joy. Now those crossbowmen up here is sort of annoying, so we don't have a good way of shooting them. So we can get Meta Wrecker up on this high ground. Right, so we could bring up like Apples and Fruits and Plaguebird to like these three. That seems like a good idea. Gotta be careful not to overcommit to it though. Easy. Easy. Don't go into a battle with an Akaton cap on, you fool. That's not enough. You'll die. First blood. One tap, baby. One tap. One shot, one kill. I may end up bringing Meta Wrecker back down, actually. Sergi, what are the base fatigue costs on attack and riposte on the lightning sword? I will tell you, because I know what a pain in the ass it is to look this stuff up, because you don't have any way of doing it. 10 and 15. Let me know if there's... You want to just screenshot this, actually? See, I assume you want to take a... You want to see the lightning sword. Screenshot away. Okay. Okay, and we'll probably bring Antiwi into here, and then we'll bring Slice the Elder down 1 hex. It's kind of insane how bare bones the Battle Brothers wiki is compared to similar games. Darkest Dungeon wiki is generally really good and in-depth. Yeah, that's kind of true. I really wish that, like, just a really good, non-shitty wiki host could exist. I mean, it could exist. I wish that the state of whatever, whoever I can blame, I don't even know. I don't even know, but I want to blame someone. Is it Fandom or whoever runs the Battle Brothers one or hosts it? Man, what a shitty website. Will you play Slay the Spire 2? It's out today. Well, for me, it's out tomorrow. It may be out for some people. But yes, I will be playing it. All right, so Sir Regan here has a coat of plates. We want this coat of plates. It probably takes 1 week to vibe code a good... Yeah, it's not about coding it, it's about hosting it. That's why I said host specifically. Made sure to call out the specific thing I think makes it difficult, to, which is hosting. Not developing. Developing is, you know. Can't be that expensive. I mean, I don't disagree. I'm sure it isn't that expensive. I just think that it's just expensive enough. Who's gonna do it? If you're someone out there that realizes what a shitty problem this is, and you have the means to fix it, please, I'm begging you. But yes, I'm pretty sure that the back end for wiki stuff is nicely accessible. Oh my god. Mystic Nemo got hit in the cheek. Hopefully it'll be fast enough to... Doesn't the Sergeant have a coat of plates? No. I don't know what he has. A 210 armor? What is this? Reinforced mail hauberk? Isn't that 170? Oh, he's got the footman's armor. Yeah, he's got the footman's armor. Yeah, we don't care about that. Yeah, so unfortunately, Mystic Nemo, because he got hit by that crossbow bolt, we're gonna have to be careful with him. And so I think what that's gonna mean is Master Maticus is gonna move down. So I guess we can't let this knight occupy this hex, so we actually have to go here with Dr. Vishnevsky, which is kind of annoying, because then he doesn't get an attack. But I think that's necessary. Now Sir Regan might go here, all because of that stupid crossbow bolt hit. Sucks. Now he's going around the long way. He wants to go for the big flank. Does he have Pathfinder? No. He's not going to be able to get to Scottabouche. I don't... He really can't get anywhere. Okay. He just doesn't want to be in melee contact yet? Sure. Alright, Mystic Nemo, we need to keep building up his decisiveness and onslaught. That actually contributes to his defenses. Stunned him. Full force. So could maybe move the Chaucer here even. I think that's fine. Because I think I'm going to push the 3 Phalanx Bros up to these 3 hexes. So even though they've got this footman on the hill, I think that's fine. Now that this guy's stunned, I suppose we could put Master Maticus here. Potentially exposes the, nah, Mystic Nemo. Nah, we'll stay here. And Antiwian, he's gonna get the opportunity to attack soon enough. Just wait here. Might go here and reap the Arbalester, then rotate in apples and fruits. He'll get 2 attacks with the lightning sword. That seems like a pretty good line. Bonked him. I don't really want to swap to the Pole Flail. I don't really want to lose Whirling Stance. We're going to go one turn without doing anything on Miles. I think that's okay. We cannot move forward into this Arbalaster as much as I want to. Because we can't leave Mystic Nemo exposed. Damn. All it takes is one bro to get hit to sort of throw off everything you have as an option. That annoys me. Let's beat up on this guy. Give him the old full force. Good. Alright, and these pole hammers are the concerning enemy here. The pole hammers have full force and they can do a lot of damage. Pole hammers and the halberders. The ones with the halberd. I guess they're all called halberder, but ostensibly kind of a different enemy. Hey. This is the Watchtower fight that was more difficult than expected earlier in the run. I think one of the problems was the enemies taking the high ground. It was. In this case, it was we seeded this high ground up here, if I recall correctly. I don't think we had the problems on the bottom. I think it was up top. Actually, we had a little bit of problem on both. But yes, you are correct. You are remembering it correctly. Full force. Knight doesn't know where he wants to go. Good, we like that. Lightning. And this Herald is going to bleed out. He's going to die on his turn. Good. I mean, guys just run at this point, right? They should. And I could maybe push forward to grab this Hex. We don't need to put Meta Wrecker there. I think I'm okay denying their Pole Hammer attack and stuff for like one more turn. Could maybe bring in Tiwien up to here. I think this blocks, yeah, move my insight. Yeah, I think that's okay. Got our formidable approach. And Curse Word may have an opportunity to like shoot at a crossbowman by the end of his turn, so we're gonna hold there for a moment. Good. Good. Got him. Okay, we'll wait there. Gonna wait here. Okay, I want to look back at that crossbow attack. Because one of the things... Yeah, so we still have 29% reduction from anticipation. Now 19? Why did we lose 10? Right, because we have... Right now we've got the situation where both parry and anticipation are up. But I wanted to make sure we were... Would our range defense have been 29 at the time? Nothing would have changed. Oh, because of the tile of distance. Yeah. Let's do a little destroy armor. Speaking of destroying armor. Oh, I was expecting to hear a screaming knight there. Got him. Lightning. Alright, the knight finally entered the fight. Again, we are looking to dagger down this knight, if at all possible. We want his coat of plates. We want to give that to Fosti 254. Okay, I'm gonna reload, but we're gonna hang out here so that we can do a take aim to shoot at an Arbalester. So we're gonna save it for next time, I guess. Is the lightning damage affected by damage multipliers or modifiers? I believe it is not. Unless that behavior is changed, in vanilla it is not affected by any of those. Alright, got that guy in the head though, so that's kind of nice. Ooh, do we just take the high ground? Hell yeah, we do. Who's the big mean boss man now? It's the Chaucer. I should make mod list one of the aliases. Good call. Full force. God, is that stupid Arbalester up here? Twitch has the exclamation mark commands, but it would just be its own tab. Yeah, so that's actually from the... shit, this guy being between these two in the turn order sucks. Stream Elements has a... There we go. Okay, good. Stream Elements has a exclamation mark commands, but it doesn't... it's not necessarily that user-friendly. Alright, but Dr. Wisniewski can go against this Arbalester, even with his dagger, because he can't puncture. As long as we make sure he's got no surround. So that place is fine. Lightning. What's the mod that gives visual hit chance visual feedback? You don't seem to find it in the mod list. Ah, that's because that is coming from Hardened directly. So that is a core aspect of this specific like mod. It's built into it. You were not the first to look for that. And you won't be the last. Yeah, the hit chance UI thing is actually, it's super good. All right, Scottaboosh, I actually might, I might recover just so we can do multiple bearded blades. Unless I want to shoot this crossbowman. Maybe I just want to do that. I guess Curse Word could also do that and maybe kill. I think I am just going to recover. Got him in the guts. Yeah, so Miles, you know, I can't have him. I want this. I want some of these armors. I guess we don't care about this guy's helmet. And we don't really care about the full helm. So I can swap to this weapon and go directly for headshots. I suppose that's fine. Full force. The old 2-for-1 special. I'd love to see it. Not even gonna riposte there. All right, we need the surround there. We don't really care if the Sir Regin hits Master Maticus. He's just going to regenerate it. And is it risky to have Darling Ho here? I don't think so. He might get hit a little bit. But if he does, he does. We'll still disarm him. Alright, so these last 3 enemies, and then I guess this guy. We've got daggering on our minds. Got my mind on my dagger and my dagger on my mind. Good ones there by apples and fruits. That's right, you guys should have ran. They should have ran. Okay, let's get a little flail spinner there. And Miles, I suppose, can go melee and flail spinner. Oops. Well. Here we go. Okay, this heavy footman. Why won't he just die already? Okay, we're making progress. There we go. Got him fleeing. We just need this guy to finally die. Good lord. Okay. So obviously we're going to run him down. And we will eventually be able to dagger him down. There we go. There we go. It was the next daggering. Oh, okay. I got excited and then I got not excited. This is actually kind of worthless. How disappointing. Infamous indeed. I got so excited. There was a moment where I got super excited. These are the two literal worst things that could be present on this item. This is no different from a regular two-handed hammer. We're going to use it because it is shiny. Yeah, almost max durability. Minus skill cost fatigue reduction, which is worthless. It lets us maybe do one extra swing at some point. Maybe. For shame. All right, I don't need these bolas anymore. We'll keep a couple just because they're fun. Famed two-handed hammers have such crazy potential. You don't have to remind me of that right away. That's like I just get over a terrible breakup and you're like, you know what? She was pretty great. Don't do that. I know what I'm missing out on, and I'm sad. Nah, you're all right. But they do have crazy potential. Rufin is right. They've got crazy potential. Not that one. And yeah, it's true. The southern boy does stam out. All right, Dr. Vishnevsky does stam out. It's not worthless. It's just worth impaired. We can put the coat of plates on instead of the coat of scales. And I might just put the metal joint covers on it. I'm going to wait just to see if we need to do it. And then we got another Brigandine harness. Now the Brigandine harness here might end up going on, for example, Master Maticus. Like this will be probably what he wears for the actual Monolith fight, when the resolve provides benefit, but the threat does not. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And then honestly, even Scottaboosh here could wear one. And that would probably be better. Again, just for the resolve. Resolve is good. Resolve is a good stat. Oh, we got some thick boy footprints. Good lord, look at the size of them. Them some thick prints. THICCCCCCCCC. An anointed knight. No champion. Yeah, we can get his helmet. Have you fought an anointed knight yet? No, not yet. We would like his helmet. We would like an adorned great helm. Yeah, let's fight him. They have all the perks in the game? That's pretty much true. They just have all of the perks. Alright, let's get ourselves a fancy helmet. I was kind of hoping to find these things in our little loop through the map, so that's good. Alright, fairly favorable terrain here. Little tiny itsy bitsy high grounds. Marshall. The hammer does look cool. So it's got that going for it, which is nice. Alright, so there's our fencers. There's our arbalesters. Probably should not have put... Okay. Where's our anointed knight? Back there somewhere. Okay, we'll do our aim shot on that guy. And put Dr. Vishnevsky up on this high ground. May as well. Don't let them have that specific hex. Not gonna push Mystic Nemo forward though. They're hiding in the tall grass like Pokemon. They are. Alright, so the fencer hit Scatabouche. We need to make sure that doesn't happen again. We should have ways of preventing it, but disrupting his flow, I suppose. It's a little early for adrenaline, don't you think, buddy? Kinda... Okay, whatever. Fine by me. That was delicious. So we'll have to remember that they're adrenaline. They'll actually live through this one, so there is that. Oh, that was actually a pretty smart rotation. Scatabouche getting hit by that fencer is annoying. Stupid arbalesters, man. So I'm probably, on Scatabouche, I'm probably just gonna have to... Man. So this guy still needs to reload, this guy doesn't. He does have 9 lives he can proc. As our anointed knight. Does he really only have a 300 helmet? Why does he have a 340 body armor? What is this? We might just dagger him down then. We'll try. So what I'm deciding is on Scatabouche if I want to do... I think I do. I'm going to pull out the infamous Skull Warper, and we're going to attack here, and we're going to send Plague Bird to jump over to here to get in this Arbalester's face. So only this one can shoot at us. So that's the only attack that Scarabush can be subjected to. So I think that's fine. Full force. Casual 71 MDef and 170 HP, we got this. Yeah, just nice and cash. But that's the beauty of 9 lives, and that's exactly how I would do it in vanilla as well, right? We were given the option for an offensive line only because we can guarantee he's unable to be killed next turn because of the enemy's action economy. If we were unable to guarantee that, if we lacked that defensive perk, if we didn't have 9 lives, we would not be able to make an offensive maneuver. Thus, 9 lives is an attack card. But is it a block card? That is the real question. Full force. Is this guy adrenaline? He is. Damn, that man-at-arms is going to get some attacks with his hammer. Okay. Fine. Is 9 lives afraid of gnomes? Definitely. In a similar way, all video games are puzzle games because you have to figure out how to play them. I'm loving this. Explosive runes, you're on fire. No, I don't want to wait on Mystic Nemo. But I guess I'm gonna attack. That wasn't very lightning-y. Darlene Ho has mowed so much grass. Absolutely beautiful. You love your ghost-like two-handed flail, bro, so much. Headshots deal infinite damage. He hit for 166 HP through a 130 helmet. Hell yeah. Froggator 1982. Hello, hello. full force. Okay, now we do want to make sure we don't kill so many that this fancy boy gets away. His total damage out's gonna get a damage overflow. I know, right? It's gonna be beautiful. You feel like in Battle Brothers defense is more important than offense? Don't get me wrong, offense is really important, but if your bro dies, then he dies. Meaning that you would prefer safer tactics than high risk, high reward offense? Yeah, I mean, it's sort of... It's hard to make like universal blanket statements, but generally speaking, I think I agree with what you're saying. Got him. All right, there he is. Sir Heimrad has finally moved forward to attack. We killed a squire in one attack. Hell yeah. Get wrecked. Part of the beauty of Battle Brothers is that it's not straightforward. Sometimes the best defense is offense. Knowing when to go for damage, when to go for evasive plays is a huge part of skill. Absolutely. And I agree, that is a huge part of the thing that makes this game so good. Absolutely. We might even be able to disarm him, once he's fully surrounded especially. His damage really isn't that good with this silly noble sword. They're running away. Sir Harmrad will be unable to do so because he's engaged with a three-headed flail. The most impossible to escape weapon. So we are going to dagger him down, and it may end up being painful. We're probably going to press some preemptive blue skip turn button action. But Plaguebird can flail spinner. That'll be helpful. Can we break his shield? Put that named hammer to use? I mean, we could. Could we? Yes. Should we? Also yes. Will we? Of course not. Sounds about right. Champion Knights are so scared of you? They don't mess around. You had one kill 5 of your bros before you were trying to dagger him down? Just gotta like disarm him and stuff. Riposte? One must imagine he has on guard, right? Of course he does. Well, that kind of puts a hamper on our plan, huh? Okay. Riposte this, nerd. You can't riposte if you don't got a sword. I mean, these hit chances aren't even that bad. You want me to destroy his shield, huh? I kind of don't want to. We're gonna wait. We're just gonna disarm him. I'd rather spend the AP on 2 different disarm attempts. I do actually think that's better. Everyone's back here just cheering on the team, you know? Just gotta keep disarming him. You got no plans tonight? No need to break a shield? I mean, our hit chances aren't, they're not that bad. We're mostly just getting unlucky. Right, these are in the 50s. There, see? We got it. We got it. Okay, so we had one of these things, a breastplate harness. An exquisite breastplate with fouled, whatever those are, spalders, rare braces, van braces, and eilette. Offers phenomenal protection for the wealthiest of warriors. Ah, the decorated full helm gives resolve. Oh. Fald, a piece of armor attached to the bottom of the breastplate, normally constructed of horizontal lames, or lames, or whatever, and designed to protect the midriff and hips. Okay, thank you, curse word. All right, so Fausti 254. Where did that armor go? I did grab it, right? There it is. He got an upgrade. It's the little skirt of the plates, yeah. Huh. Decorated full helm. He's got a lady on top of his head. So it is heavier than the full helm, but I would definitely trade 3 weight for 10 resolve. That's great. Fantastic, actually. Neat. Through weight is also plus 3 mana steel. Yes, it is. As Rufin, I was actually just going to point that out, so I'm glad you beat me to it. Mana Steel going from 20 to 23% less armor penetration damage from attacks. Pretty good. Pretty good. Do the Decayed Decorated Full Helms also give Resolve then? I don't think so, but I guess... I'm sure I would have noticed. How does that armor compare to others? Coat of Plates is 320 for 42. This is 340 for 44. It's better. Almost for sure we're going to put the metal joint covers on this. Fausti 254. He's like a real knight. Fancy. Fancy, fancy. No, we've looted fallen hero helms. We have. Alright, if those guys are going to go into the forest, we let them. We don't really care about this army. We're not going to fight them in the forest. Would shitty Decayed helmet give better protection on Fausti since they're heavier? Are they heavier? I think they're the same weight, but with worse durability. Speaking of leveling up, Slice the Elder's leveled up. All right, so we're going to make our way to our very favorite watchtower. Our favorite of all places. This particular wooden watchtower has treated us so well. Now, we do want to do these fights during the day, so I'll wait just a tiny bit of time. We'll swap our armor while we let that repair. You've not been keeping up with this run? What locations are left? The only location that we need to kill, or that we plan to kill, is actually the Black Monolith. We're not doing a full legendary location run on this particular one. All right, so let's see what's here. A little bit of everything. A little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Sandra by my side. Some Rena, Tina. This feels like a lot of enemies, but I suppose like none of the numbers are very high. 2 to 3 crossbowmen and any arbalesters? No. Okay. Why do you want to do them during the day? You really only have 1 range bow? We have 2, and when you fight enemy camps, they get like the defender's advantage, which gives them vision. such that you still just always want to fight him during the day, which feels like it shouldn't be the case. That is one thing I think with the current way Hardened works. I feel like you should be incentivized to attack camps at night. And I don't think that Defender's Advantage giving them vision, we should maybe only be during the day or something. I'm not sure, but it doesn't, the current implementation feels incorrect thematically. But, okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, Brewski, bring in extra quiver of bolts. We like bringing in extra quiver of bolts for some fights, like when we're fighting nomads or sticky enemies that don't want to leave their defenses. But since we have such a strong ranged advantage, they're just going to charge us right at the beginning. So I don't think we're going to possibly risk going through all 10 bolts here. Our favorite hill is beautiful. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. You've gone into the desert and cleared maybe 8 nomad camps by now, almost all of the ruins type. You keep expecting undead, but it's nomads every single time. That sounds terrible. You'd think after this happening so many times, they'd pay for some landscapers to remove that hill? You would think so. You would think so, but they're not so smart. They're pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. They're a bunch of dum-dums. Hey, good night, Rufin. Yeah, hopefully we find a few more shinies for the road. We shall see. Ugh. Dr. Vishnevsky needs a little help getting up. Mystic Nemo will pull him up. True bro. Not even his dynamic duo partner. Just a good Samaritan. Sir Baranor. We want the Chaucer on that hex. I guess we could have Scottaboosh take it and then swap. Do you get Reproach of the Old Gods the same way as vanilla? No! We get it in a different way, Edna 6000. It no longer requires the fight against the Idjarok. You get it from... Or excuse me, yeah, so you get it from Icy Cave into the Idjarok armor, right, the hunting grounds, which is where you get the sword blade, so you can take that to the watermill. So it makes it one nice chain that does not involve the Kraken. No way you want to do Kraken in this sort of run? Did it in vanilla. And it had very, 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 very specific battlefield conditions that we pretty much required to be able to do it. Yeah, and to be fair, I don't think I can quite call it my strat. I feel like I've compiled by now a the most definitive version or understanding, as far as I know, anyway, that I used in the No Towns No Loss run, and why I re-rolled the battlefield 5,000 times. But yeah, it's a compilation of things that I picked up from a lot of other people. So thank you for calling it my strat, but I don't think that's quite fair to do. I can't take credit. Okay, let's go ahead and do our hold steady. And we're going to do our onslaught as well. Start a next turn. I think a guy named The Man with Many Hats on the Steam forum figured it out and posted it first. That's where you got it from, at least. The Man with Many Hats. Okay, first off, that is a S tier Steam account name. So props to The Man with Many Hats. That's incredible. But yeah, I would say most of where I got the information I got was from Sins here. Taking a few of the little pieces a bit further. For example, if enemies can't see you, or you can't see them, they can't see you, for retreating for optimal battlefields. And some of the weird, quirky stuff for, you know, that result from that. Wanting to have purposefully bad vision, for example, on your boy who's in front. Let's see, who do we shoot? Maybe the fencer? Shoot him in the face? Okay, got him. And let's swap to the pole flail on Miles. We may have to reposition him. He's a little bit awkward where he is right now, but it's just kind of how it is. The fights on our favorite hill, they've always been a little awkward, you know? Wanting to have purposefully bad vision is one of your pet peeves with turn-based tactic games. The horrors of intentionally not seeing things to avoid activating pods in XCOM 2 still haunts you. Yeah, it does seem like not something that you should want to have in your design. Full force. So don't get me wrong, even though I did it, I also don't like it. In fact, that's true of a lot of things in this game. There's a lot of things that design-wise I'm not a fan of, but I can't bring myself to not do them because that it puts my headspace in a funny place. Like, I don't want to have to think about what I can't do. I just want to do the optimal thing and hyper-focus on that. Like, I can't turn that off. So Not doing it just kills you. Yeah, like I just can't bring myself to not do the optimal thing if the optimal thing is right there. You know what I mean? For example, entering towns. No, I mean, if I set like a specific sort of thing, you know, like a constraint, that feels different. You've always despised that mechanic in the XCOM games that you want to intentionally limit your lines of sight and vision to play slower. It hurts the pacing of the game so bad. I agree. Got him with lightning. Poor knight. Doesn't have a chance. Your list of things you don't like doing when playing games these days include thinking tactically, so I watched Slurgy to do it for me instead. Yeah, that's one of the things I specifically very much like. But different strokes for different folks, I suppose. And I'm gonna not attack with Fosty there. No reason for us to go down to the low ground. And could maybe go down here with Plague Bird. That probably makes sense. Miles can swing around this way now, finally. Ooh, I think I get a stun? No, just a daze. As much as you've played Battle Brothers, I will say I've probably watched 3 times as much as I've played at least. You love the game, but just hate getting a run going to the point you'd much rather just have someone else do it instead. Hey, well that's... You know what? Happy to be of service then. The thing is it's like a really taxing game to play, right? So if you're just not feeling it, this makes sense to me, I guess. Yeah, the exact same thing as Crusader Kings 2. About 500 hours yourself, but thousands spent watching Arumba. Yeah. I think for Slay the Spire, I played a lot of Slay the Spire, and then the past like several years, I guess, I've watched way more than I've played. But boy, am I looking forward to Slay the Spire 2. Oh boy. Like a kid in a candy store. I'm so excited. Full force. Yeah, runs are very time consuming, and sometimes you want to game in a short burst. Absolutely. Runs are super long. Right? A run of Battle Brothers takes a long time. It's a big commitment. It really is. It really is. A lot of bangers coming out. Mugenics, Slay the Spire 2. Yes, absolutely. I've been enjoying Mugenics. Been playing it some off stream. Not like a ton, but some. Having a great time. Full force. Let's see, Dr. Vishnevsky doesn't have his anticipation stacks anymore, so I'm going to swap his weapon. You've sometimes wished that games like this, Battle Brothers, XCOM, etc., had a roguelike mode where it just had a series of escalating battles with rewards and no campaign level management, so you could just hop in and have some fun? I kind of feel like, actually, speaking of games we were just talking about, but Mugenics is reasonably bite-sized, where you can do like a run, and it's like a couple hours if you want to do like all the parts of an act, which isn't too bad. Boy, I guess I don't want to put apples and fruits down. And then you can spend another separate session doing the cat breeding. Works pretty well. Full force. All right, only 10 enemies remaining. We've taken care of most of them at this point. The first 25 days are the most tactical. Oh, I absolutely agree, Sins. I absolutely agree. 100% agreed. But I also feel like, to kind of counterpoint that a little bit, you know, until you're really familiar with the game, when you're doing just like a standard run in vanilla where you can do normal things like enter towns, unless you've limit tested what happens in late game fights for a fully built out company, like you don't know what you need to build towards to know what is the correct strategic direction for your tactics to take you to, if that makes sense. So like, I feel like the first beginning of a campaign only becomes really interesting once you've become good at the game, if that makes sense. It's kind of a hard one for me to articulate, but hopefully that kind of makes sense. These halberds, they do so much damage. Yeah, late game is more puzzle solving. And then like once you've solved it, like once you know what you need, like what your company needs to be able to do the things that you know your company's gonna need to do, the whole calculus kind of changes for what's interesting from the game. All right, I think they're gonna start running away. Yeah, so they're running away except for these ones that are locked into melee. See you later, nerd. Pretty sure Slurgy just called me bad about Battle Brothers since you didn't find the first 25 days. No. I mean, there's a huge difference between... How do I put this? Battle Brothers is a game that you can have thousands of hours and still be bad. But bad is like, what do I mean by bad? Because I don't mean bad, actually. And still have a lot of room to grow. That's a better way of putting it, and more accurate. Bad equals not good. Yeah, but compared to what, right? It's a single player game comparing yourself to what, you know? And it should be a game you just play because you like it. But yeah, it's a tricky design problem to solve in a game like this. You bet some of the fights we've skipped because there would be irreparable damage to the company would have been absolutely amazing gameplay, but if you were to remove the permanent risk, it also takes away from how meaningful the successful combats are. Yes. But the related problem, the one that gets really taxing in a run like this, after a while, is all of the fights where it's just rote. Right? Where I'm just going through the motions, and there's no way for me to lose the fight. No meaningful, reasonable, likely way for me to lose the fight. And in those situations, you know, when you get a fully grown-up company, there's a lot of them like that. And the correct thing to do from the perspective of the in-game clock time is to take all of those, right? They boost your mood, you get supplies, you get experience. Even if there's no chance of like a named item or anything like that, there's always incremental improvement to your company. And those are the fights that I think get a little bit taxing by the end of a run. And this run, just like all of them, have included quite a few of those. So yeah, the optimal thing, unfortunately, is to repeatedly take rote fights, yeah. So I definitely play to that extent, like, from that metric specifically, I definitely don't play perfectly optimally because I will take more bad idea fights than is a good idea. But it's just because I want to. Because those fights are like really interesting and they're fun. So I don't play perfectly optimally in that regard. I make sure not to break from it too far, right? But yeah. In theory, you could field less brothers in those fights to power level a new guy. True, yeah. Making those fights more interesting, but with a reason, I guess. But then you just add risk kind of for no reason. Speaking of adding risk for no reason, 7 to 10 chosen. Continue on your way, sirs. Don't fight the trading caravan. Good. It's mine. It's a hard design challenge to both retain player agency but also incentivize / force interesting and difficult fights. It is. It's difficult, and also, you know, even though after this much time in the game, what I'm looking to get out of the game is the interesting strategic stuff. But like, you know, I know for a lot of people, and this is absolutely fine and good if this is describing you, They just want to have the fun combat simulator where they have like a bunch of like battle brothers, right? They want to play it like an RPG. It is a tactical RPG. You can and should enjoy the game in that way. That is correct. Good. Totally fine. Even if that's not exactly what I'm getting out of it, you can still watch me and get that out of it from me. I do name my bros after my viewers after all, right? There's a piece of investment where a person can feel like, you know, hey, that's the representation of me on the battlefield. Isn't that cool? And it is cool, actually. It's very cool. And I find that really fun. And I don't know why or where I started doing that. I must have picked it up from someone. Some other streamer must do that. I don't even know who, but I definitely, or maybe it was just like early on when I was streaming, someone suggested like, hey, can you name that guy after me? And I was like, sure. And then it just became a thing. That might have also been how it happened. It is cool. Your armor is crazy. Exactly. Exactly, Plaguebird. It is cool. You feel like part of it comes from this kind of game sort of lying to the player where it implies that your units are more expendable than they really are, but high-level recruits are actually nearly irreplaceable. Yeah. Filthy always did it? Okay, that's probably where I got it. You've seen several streamers name their bros after viewers. Yeah, at this point, I suppose it's pretty popular to do so. I probably got it from Filthy Robot, would be my guess. That is the very first, you know, introduction to Battle Brothers that I was exposed to. The team's strong. All right, I think we can leave behind the strange meat now. We've fully replaced it with real food now, right? Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll grab the freshest of strange meat, but I think we're basically beyond that. You'd name your bros if you were better at keeping him alive. I mean, that's fair. Classic XCOM sort of did it better, where a majority of the soldiers' power was from their equipment, and a fresh recruit with high tier gear was nearly as good in most ways as a veteran. Yeah, there's a lot of power in the brothers. Gear is important, but brothers are more important. That's true. You think the first time you went to Filthy Stream, you got a eunuch named after you within the first 10 minutes? Hey, that's kind of cool. I love the icon for the eunuch, the broken carrot. There's something deep in your reptile brain that pushes you towards solo character power builds in games. So there's something to be said for player agency and a variety of approaches to the game. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you want to have like skill expression, right? You want the player to be able to play it in a way that they feel matches how they want to play the game within reason, right? And for that to still be viable, if not pretty good. At a minimum. Right, you want to be able to satisfy all the different Richard Garfield archetypes. And yeah, tactics and RPG do pull in different directions. I agree with that. They do. And I do like both parts of it. Like, I do like that this is a tactical RPG. It's a great game. It really is. Battle Brothers. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Ooh, speaking of things I'd recommend. Oh, we killed him so we didn't spin twice? How sad. If you kill, and I guess I clicked there. I wonder how that works mechanically. So if you do Thresh, the AoE attack, you could do it twice because of Flail Spinner. But I suppose if you kill the... so that there's not 2 targets, it just does it just the once. Sad. Suffering from success, yeah. Your dream tactics game would probably be one where you had very few important RPG-esque units, but the majority of your soldiers were generic expendable mooks. I mean, that's basically, shit, what's it called? Menace. You got your squad leaders and then the squaddies. Mark your bingo cards. I referenced it, but I did so in a positive way. You do like Menace, sort of waiting for it to get more fleshed out? Yeah, it needs a little... it needs a little polish still. We need a Battle Brothers total conversion mod in the Menace engine? Nah, I like this engine. I like the art in this, like, a lot. I thought it looked, just like so many people, I thought it looked so dumb at first. But it really grows on you. Now I find Battle Brothers art to be extremely charming. And I love the way the units look. It turns out all we needed to do was get rid of legs. That's all we needed all along. All right, so we got another stone watchtower. And this one's got 4 to 6 arbalesters and a hell of a lot of defenders. An anointed knight. And a lot of heavy footmen and a regular knight. So we're gonna have 2 squires, 1 for each knight. Ugh. I actually think this one probably, I think this stone watchtower I should not do. We got what we needed from an anointed knight, from an armor perspective. Let's not. YOLO? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think we want to do that fight. We're nearing the monolith, right? We're nearing our final destination. Let's not squander this. There's very little benefit to that fight. And there's enough enemies there, I think it has some risk. Battle Brothers just have the perfect mix of seriousness and comedy. Oh yeah, and the writing is excellent. Shout out to Casey Hollingshead. A+. Well done. Out of 10. Got him. And yeah, the sound design is also excellent. And I think so much of a person's visual or like perception of a game, so much more comes from sound design than players realize. And obviously I'm biased because like for all kinds of reasons, but sound design is very important to me. But I think it has a huge impact. It has a huge impact on the feel of the game, which impacts, for many players, how the game looks. But yeah, Future Bible Hero, I agree that the unfortunate events that happen in combat, like lots of funny things happen in combat. Like the amount of time I've spent laughing playing Battle Brothers. There's been a lot of laughter. But yeah, sound design, incredibly important. And I think from the perspective of a lot of game developers, because it's kind of a pain to implement, it ends up getting like sidelined a little bit, which is a mistake. Like, I think a lot of developers don't pay quite as much attention to it as they should. Unless they're, you know, happen to be sound people. And it ends up with like cheap feeling games that feel very like disposable and incomplete. Sound adds so much. It's so important. Also getting your music implementation right. And yeah, games with poor sound just don't grab your attention in the first place almost ever. To you, it matters so much more than graphics. It's really what gets you in the door in the first place. Exactly, exactly. All right, so technically we did have a chance for an event bro there. Actually, a really high chance? Actually, a really high chance. That's much higher than I would have expected. But in any case, that wasn't our event proc. We may be able to stick around for like one more. I suppose this is like 9 p.m. You have a friend who plays most games with the sound off and his own music playing and it kills me? Yeah, me too. And I'm like, I don't know, like for me, when I'm listening to music, I like listen to music. Like, I will put on music and then just listen to it, and that's my single solitary activity. I focus on like the textures, the chords, the melodies, the harmonies. I let it all sink in. I sort of actively engage with it with my brain, which I know isn't super common, right? I think that's a musician type thing to do. But then like, I don't want to listen to music while I'm playing a game unless it is the music of the game. Almost completely uninterested in that. If I want background noise, that's what streams are for? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel the same. Boy, this fight is annoying. The terrain here is obnoxious. Okay. So they're going to slowly filter through this little hole in the forest. It's kind of annoying. I guess maybe they have Pathfinder. Do they? No. You will admit you eventually turned off the Binding of Isaac music after 1,200 hours? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Some things do get monotonous after time. For sure. But one of the things I really enjoy, and I guess this is another eugenics glazing, but is what it is when music has different, like, you know, either characters have leitmotifs, which I love, or there is music that builds and changes in interesting ways based on the gameplay. So again, Mugenics as an example. You hear like what will be a full vocal song by the end when you fight the boss in a different styling, you know, lower tempo, sparse instrumentation that the game lets build throughout the course of the act. And that's awesome. Like, it's really satisfying. And it's very specifically enabled by games. Like, that is a part of gameplay where you as a player are controlling the music in some way by your gameplay, by where you are going. It's almost like a musical expression, to maybe take it a little bit too far. But it makes the game come to life. It makes playing it satisfying. So that like specific way the Mugenics was done, A+. It reminds me of how like Faster Than Light works, right? Where you've got a battle track and then an explore track, and they crossfade into each other. Dude, I love that stuff. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. You love that some of the songs in Mugenics have been on YouTube for what, like 12 years now with the official Mugenics title slapped on them? Have they really? That's really funny. I mean, that makes sense. I think the game was under development for like 5,000 years. And I am going to kill this final mercenary. We're not going to let him live. Hell no. You think your first experience of that was the title music of Yoshi's Island? Oh man, Yoshi's Island? That had great music, absolutely. I never even played Yoshi's Island. Like, I did not play that as a kid, but I know a lot of the music from it because it's pretty popular in the VGM scene. For good reason, it's really good music. Now, I don't know if this company will fight me or not. No, looks like they won't. Okay, good. I don't want to fight them. I don't want to fight them? Okay, they do want to fight me. Okay, I don't want to fight them, actually. I guess it would be okay if it were on a road or flat terrain. Yeah, I guess it's fine if it's on a road. Only 2 to 3 Arbalesters. 2 to 3 knights. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I want to do this wooden watchtower. So. So if you played Nier Automata, the sound design of switching between the regular music to the 32-bit music when you hack into that game and the way the music layers so perfectly still just makes you want to smile. Makes you smile even today. The audio and compositions in that game are just so damn good with the multiple layers of songs that the way they transition at various points in the game. I have not, and I have heard that it is an incredible musical experience for the reasons you just described. I have heard that. It is also a pretty popular game in the video game music scene. Worth playing for the sound and audio design alone. Yeah, my problem right now, and it's a good problem to have, it's such a good problem, it is a blessed problem, is that there are so many good games right now. There are so many good games. So many that I want to play. There are so many. But I only have time for so much. The time, mental energy, you know, only so much, you know, finite attention span, certain other constraints, right? But man, there are so many good games right now. How dare you have too much to play? I know. You and your sister used to sit in front of the TV listening to the music in Mario Paint before you had your own music players? Oh, yeah. Okay, I think my wife is texting me. Oh, no. I cleaned up a bunch of poop from the backyard. But my wife's like, was there a hole in one of the bags? There is poop. There, let's see. There's poop on the rug in the kitchen. Also, that wouldn't even make sense. In the kitchen, yeah, wouldn't make sense in the kitchen anyway. But it's finally like nice outside, so I was able to get to the backyard and clean up all the dog poop. So, and yeah, Clair Obscure, that is that's on my list. I actually own it. I purchased it when it was on sale because that game has been highly recommended to me by a bunch of people that whose opinions I trust. And Final Fantasy X is like one of my favorite games of all time. And they're like, yeah, okay, you'll like it. So. You were a doubter and it blew you away? Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to play it. You like Expedition 33, no question if you love X? Well, I guess there it is. Or 10, as I usually say, but yeah. I pronounced the X strangely. Let's put a little lightning through him. Expedition 33 was easily your game of the year last year. Amazing game. Well, I'll have to play it. Also, this is an awful lot of enemies. Full force. If you play on stream, I promise to show up. See, I don't know if that's the type of game I would play on stream. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I think there's other games I'd probably rather play on stream. Those types of games I think I want to play off stream. Like I don't know. Hard to retain an audience. Oh, it's not even that. Like maybe that should be part of the calculus, but it's not. It's more like what is enjoyable for me to play for others to watch, I guess, when I'm deciding what game I want to stream, or like if I want to play a game on stream. Like Battle Brothers is really good. Full force. You respect me even more for not being part of the calculus? Well, I'm doing this to enjoy it, right? I mean, I'm not doing this for any other reason. Like, And the joy comes from all sorts of different reasons. But full force. But yeah, like for example, Slay the Spire 2. When I stream that, which is what I plan on doing, I know that my current audience doesn't necessarily have all that much overlap. I'm no dummy, right? I know like a lot of the reason why people enjoy games like Battle Brothers is for all the reasons we kind of just talked about earlier that do not necessarily overlap with Slay the Spire 2. But I know it's what I will want to play. I don't think it, and you know, and my stream will just be white noise, right? So many people are going to be playing this game, playing that game. So many. But like, that's all right. You might be underestimating the overlap. Maybe. That could be true. For you, seeing people experience Expedition 33 and go through the emotions that you experience and seeing how they react and feel about it, it's like playing it again for the first time. Yeah. And I understand that. I mean, I watched, you know, like I watched people play like old RPGs that I enjoyed from my childhood. Just to see their reactions when experiencing it for the first time. So I understand that. I understand that appeal very well. Weirdly, you do think Slay the Spire has gameplay overlap with Battle Brothers? The genre is different, but you make a lot of the same. Oh, definitely. Beautiful. Full force. But yeah, for me, I think like gameplay wise, I actually do feel like Battle Brothers and Slay the Spire have a lot of overlap. So I'm looking forward to playing it. For sure. Full force? God, hitting these knights. It's tricky. Okay. Full whiff? Yeah, full whiff. Oh, I guess I should have moved the Chalicer out of the way there. That's fine. Oh, I guess I didn't really want to put him there. Well, it probably won't matter. Plague Bird's faster. Full force. All right, we don't want Dr. Wisniewski to get too surrounded. Okay, so we actually do want to swap here. Is Slay the Spire 2 going to be early access? I think it's early access. Yeah. Also, Miles got hit by that Arbalester, which is a problem. I think the early access releases tomorrow. Yeah, the first definitely had early access. All right, so we are able to make it all the way back to that Arbalester to prevent him from attacking again. And Miles does have 9. And he's okay position for now, but we're going to try to get apples and fruits in position at the second half of the round. And I guess the Chaucer being stunned is kind of a problem too. That actually might be a really big problem. Because he loses parry. Scottaboosh is his partner, who could go there at the start, but actually we can't rotate him. Scottaboosh is too slow. Mystic Nemo is fast enough to get there before them at the start of their turn next time. My wife keeps texting me. Let's see. So we can't rotate. And we have to spend our... Well, we don't have to. Yeah, we gotta be ready to rotate there. He's gonna live through his next turn of attacks though, so let's attack. We'll get Scottaboosh there to rotate him. No, fleeing? Shit, he still has his AP. We might be able to kill the Squire. All right. Which lets us get apples and fruits down to here, so that's good. That's really good. So Miles is going to be fine. So we got to get Scottaboosh down to here to deal with this Man-at-Arms. This is why I didn't want to take this fight. Actually, that's a pretty good random hit. Okay. We might end up in too weak of a condition to do that wooden watchtower. Based on how this is going, I suspect that'll be the case. And I guess I don't have to rotate out Chaucer on this turn. He is faster than them. So we can actually get Scottaboosh in here. Kill that guy. I did not want there to be any exciting fights in this stream. That was not my goal. No exciting fights allowed. Okay, so he gets his adrenaline turn. And he hit a stun, but he's attacking a Nimble Boy. A Nimble Boy who will be just fine. Full force. Oh, good lord. There's actually no exciting fights this stream. Dov, cool, we'll see about that. Yeah, that was, I didn't like that. I suspect the wooden watchtower is going to be off limits. That's going to be a huge tools cost. Yeah. Alright, Mystic Nemo got a swag level, so that's nice. And let's go with Fatigue, now that our weapon's a little pricier to swing. No, I think with some of our missing hit points, I think I'm not going to do this. Not going to do that fight there. I see. The first Heinberg company, huh? At least you're about to get a 16th bro? No, I will take out this supply caravan, though. Maybe we just pull Miles out. No, actually, I think with 9 lives and Nimble, the regular crossbows aren't going to do anything to him. It's only the Arbalesters we have to worry about. This is actually fine. But we should do this fight. This fight's a good idea. Don't hit me with a crossbow bolt the moment after I say this is a good idea, okay? It's rude. It's a rude game. But it's just the regular footman, not the heavy footman. Pretty substantial, like, stat difference between the two. Got him. Okay, this guy's hanging out back there. Okay, we do want them to approach us. Excellent. Give him the old lightning attack. Give him the old full force attack. Do some lunging. A little fencing. All good stuff. All right. Cut right through them. But we want their little bits of supplies. Now, unfortunately, I would have liked one last attempt at proccing an event bro on this snowy road. One last attempt, but I think that noble army is going to chase us. So I don't think we'll be able to. I think we can do one. We have enough food for this full adventure. We'll see if they give it up. All right, it looks like they are not here. So what's our chance? And we got this fun thing. Too close to a hostile entity, yes. It's a new feature of this mod. Too close to a hostile entity, yes. Too close to a hostile entity, no. Okay. So we're gonna proc one more event. One more. Can I get away with doing one more? Should be able to. Yeah, should be able to. So let's proc one more event, just to see. Now, if somehow we end up getting an event bro from this. Because what is the chance? 20%! That is so high. Oh, we're definitely too close to an event. Oh, no. Apparently not. Alright, one should proc any time now. Right. Oh, come on, go away. All right, let's take out this trading caravan. We need a little pick me up. Something to get the tools and food flowing. That's right. The train and the maimed foot. Disaster. I was like, I'm gonna get an attack here. I'm not gonna get an attack here. Actually, let's hold on back there for a moment. All right, let's do a big old AoE attack. You'd love to see it. Okay. Little scraps of tools and food. Tools and food. Yeah. Okay, so the food has long enough to last. So 8 more days. It'll be less on different terrain, but that's fine. 4 days worth of crowns. It's a longer than 4-day journey, but we will inevitably find some camps on our journey. That's impossible not to. We can wait for one more event, bro. We can let our wages get down to like... Okay. Oh, our last attempt at getting an event, bro, had to be this event. It had to be. It had to be Scottaboosh becoming afraid. Honestly, here's the deal. This is fine because this will be on cooldown to not proc before Black Monolith. I don't know how long that lasts, but it's only like a couple days. All right, the last event tracker is getting removed from the screen. That was the last event that matters to us. We're heading out into the unknown. We're gonna make a stop by the Ancient Temple? Ancient Temple. And actually what I should do to make sure we don't destroy or damage this breastplate harness, I'm gonna swap armors on Fosti 254. Because I don't want that to get hurt. In fact, I'm gonna swap this too. All right, I want to keep his real armor in reserve. And we will probably end up putting an attachment on it. Can't wait to get a barbarian now that we're ignoring events. Well, we won't. If we're not on a road, we can't. That barbarian on the road is on the road. So there are no event bros out here anymore. God, even this goblin camp. Like, look at this. The scaling is insane. Like, just look at this. This little wimpy camp. Like, I don't want to take this fight. I guess there's no shaman. I don't think there's much chance of an injury. I don't think it would be tools positive, and we kind of need to make sure that it is. So I'm actually not gonna take this. What we would like to see would be 2 undead camps. That would be perfect. So we are gonna step on mountains along the way. Hexen? Okay. Nope, nothing there. And I could maybe step on a mountain up here. I think that's worth doing. Or maybe just to here. Hope you're having a slurg-tastic time. Having a slurg-tastic time. And we do need to find some camps to not go bankrupt. We will, right? I guess it'd be more exciting if we don't, and that makes it truly all in. I wasn't going for exciting. Money and tools look tight. They do. I'm not going to chase the goblin hunters, not away. Time for Goblin City, right? No. Something of a commotion draws you from your tent. Men are sitting on a few stumps in the ground, blah, blah, blah. I see. So we could either get brain damage or a grazed eye socket. Both are a super low chance. This should be interesting. Hey. But the Chouser gains some resolve and Scottaboosh gains more range skill. We'll take it. Oh, so I do need to do a... Oh, no, okay. All right, we have enough inventory space. I was going to say we need to do a fight to make sure we've got room. All right, Ancient Temple. We'll go in. Let's do it. What does the bird's friend say in return? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Might as well see. Dust. Wonderful. So we got our 3 flasks of blessed water that we will be taking with us down to the Black Monolith. Now, I don't think we've walked along this edge of the map in a little while. Lord, I hope we find a camp. Just one, I guess. Maybe multiple, but one is necessary. All right. We're going to go do this camp. Now, those are... Oh, that is a champion warlord. Ugh. No, we're not going to do that camp. I'm not going to do a champion warlord. So it's really hard to see. And honestly, even just the loss of, you know, just bitrate on the stream or resolution might make it difficult. But the first two orcs there, you'll notice, share the same icon with the orc warriors on the bottom. But Troc Obar, the second Troc Obar, wow, they have the same name. That one is an orc warlord. It has a different icon. Don't be confused. That is a champion orc warlord. I don't want to fight a champion orc warlord. It'd be too easy for a brother to fall. The orc warlord is the real threat. But that did give us the money that we need. And we are going to fight these orcs along the road. I want to fight them on Knot Swamp. Oh, come on. Or Forest. I really don't want to fight him in Forest either. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I want to fight him in open terrain. Fighting in the forest is not to our advantage. It just makes this annoying. So I'm backing up so that they're not bottlenecked, because we want to actually fight as many of them, like, at once as possible, actually. Alright, looks like this might end up working out. Based on the way they're engaging us, I think this is actually pretty alright. Wanted to make sure that guy died. So it'll take a hot minute for the warlords to get to us. Which just kind of is what it is. Yeah, it looks like this isn't too bad. Okay. And we do want to destroy these armors. At least as much as we can. Turn them into tools. We could use a little tools refresher. Just to keep them nice and high. It'd be pretty cozy. There's that last guy. I spy with my little eyes. What are we spying? Hello, just now. Is it a slurginator? Who up slurping it, etc., etc.? Oh, disarmed. That shiny hammer over there, you know? On a scale of 1 to 10, how good do you think it is? Give me a number. Give me a number. And then I'll reveal the hammer to you. 3? Here's what it rolled. Shield damage. Weapon skills cost -3 fatigue. I guess I'm not going to put it at a 1. Maybe 3 is accurate. Nah, I give it a 1. Those are the two things I'd like to see the least. A 2 at best. A 2 at best. Oh, I guess I don't really want him to run away. Oh. Where the hell's that guy going then? Alright, so let's finish off this orc in particular. Then we'll end it. Don't you have a bro that has fatigued swing? Yeah, I mean, the -3 fatigue is, I guess, a little helpful. It's better than -1. I guess. But, like, it's whatever. -3 is like -2 fat after mastery on the swing. Yeah, there are breakpoints. I'd have to look at the specific numbers to remember exactly where they are, but... yeah. That one's dog shit. I'm not going to try to justify like there's no copium here, like I've done with other named items. That one sucks. And it is particularly disappointing because it sucks on very specifically the type of weapon that I wanted to see, you know? That makes it extra disappointing. Just looking cool probably causes it to deal more damage, probably. That's kind of what I'm rolling with, right? It's like putting racing stripes on your car. Adds to the horsepower, you know? Makes it go faster. Everybody knows this. All right, get in here, Mr. Orcs. Excuse me? There we go. Get in there and attack me proper. Oh, I guess I should have attacked from the high ground. Hex. Not a smart man. And you know what? Let's get in there and give this guy a smash. Fosti can probably make use of the fatigue reduction. Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of the brothers can. It's fine. Like, it's not terrible. It's just that it's not damage. And I wanted damage. There are like 2 rolls you would care about in a hammer. No. I care about all of them except for those 2. The minus total fatigue is underwhelming, but even that's like fine. Typical Battle Brothers manage to get through all the armor and most of the HP, and then you get a headshot on the full durability helm to not kill them. Yeah, well. That is classic. Alright, if that guy wants to get away, that's fine. It's over. So I think we're at least good enough on food and crowns to get us to our destination. So let's continue walking down this map edge, I guess. Yeah, I think we haven't been here for a little while. The far edge, anyway. It's unlikely we would want to do that type of goblin camp. Really nothing? No undead camp? I was really hoping for like little random undead camps so we could get our ambition complete. That would be perfect, right? We've just converted them all to Necro Savant only camps. Go Gadget camp? Hello? Armor damage is basically... No, no. Armor damage is super relevant. Armor damage is way relevant. We care about armor damage a lot on the two-handed hammers. We've got a lot of bros that we set up for, right? We've got a lot of bros that we set up for with other types of weapons. No, we care about the armor damage. The Chowser, hello. McFly, right? It's like plus... Yeah, well, that's fair, right? I guess proportionally the damage is... Or the difference is minimal. God, is there really no camp here? No camps? I don't know where the hell I created them. Because I've mentioned previously, you know, when you destroy a camp more or less instantly, you create a new one. That's just like how the game works. We have 2 days of wages. It takes us about 2 days to get there. I cannot believe we're not finding anything. I guess... Alright, let's just make our straight line path for it. Where'd all the 10k gold go? Just spent hanging out waiting for event bros. Yeah, we got some footprints here. Orcs coming from this direction. Alright. So from the forest heading this direction. I was also hoping that we could get the mood boosted. So this is kind of the direction they came from too, the direction that they're currently going. So let's fight them. I guess I was here just yesterday, huh? We're broke, Captain? Yeah, we're all in. We're going towards the Black Monolith right now. I'm not going to do the Black Monolith fight today. I'm going to leave that for the final hurrah stream. But we are making our way towards the final battle. So the amount of money we have when it concludes is immaterial. Irrelevant. We don't care. We're ready? Good, you phrased it as a question, which is appropriate. We're ready, question mark. Are you ever ready when it comes to Black Monolith? In this mod? Yeah, exactly. No. Let's hope Weekend Slurchy is mentally prepared. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be going to a like a hockey game on Friday night, so that should get me all like, you know, violenced up. See you later, Mr. Orkyon. What will the general strat be? I don't see a northern tank. I've been thinking about it a little bit. And we're going to have a northern tank duo, possibly two. Possibly two. Your team better win. They're playing for a lot more than that game. They better. All right, the strange meat doesn't matter to us quite yet. But we may end up needing to rely on it. We'll see. Still time to break in and grab the sensor? No, we don't need the sensor. The sensor really doesn't help us at all for that fight. It really doesn't. Like, the sensor doesn't matter for that fight. Okay, so they came from this direction originally. I mean, I could try like a little circle sweep here. But the thing is, we've been in this general area. We were here yesterday. Maybe in this section of forest. The original footprints were coming from this direction. We'll just quick sweep through that forest, I guess. At least this little unexplored section. But it's very unlikely to find camps in the forest. Your discoverability radius is just bad. There should be a bet on the amount of deaths. Actually, someone suggested that, which I think is a great suggestion. All right, we have to find a camp today. I was hoping to do at least a little bit of adventuring around Mono. I can't believe there's nothing here. I really thought we'd get at least some payout from the cartographer. Like, really nothing? Unbelievable. Have we killed enough stuff for good moods all around? I mean, we're in good spirit, but we're not euphoric, which is what I was kind of hoping for. Bingo card, this is a weird seed. Oh, that's not even the seed. That's just like the... I don't know what it is. The in-game logic that spawns new camps. Monolith it is? I guess. I'm not going to do it tonight, like I previously mentioned. What is this? Treasure in rock. We could get a temporary injury. But if we do, are any of you tiny enough, we get a brother who gets a good mood. Great. Master Maticus gets a good mood. Oh no, we've gone all the way down to content. That sucks. I don't want to be content. I want to be happy. So we're going to do a tiny bit of exploration, but we can't wait. We can't get to the next sunrise. We're going to step on this mountain, and if we don't see anything, we make our way back towards Black Monolith, and that's where I'll call the stream. Yeah, we don't see anything. Unbelievable. That whole route down here, we found one camp. And we just busted all the ones in here. Right? All the way through here and here and here. I don't know. I don't know where they respawned. Okay, so we're going to walk over towards the Black Monolith. Its influence terrifies all living beings around it. I mean, that's fair. It does say that. It does say that. All right, well, that's where I'm going to call the stream for the day, for the evening. I will be back on Saturday, where we will do the Black Monolith. I will put the stream time in the Discord. These are not the ideal conditions for us to do it. Our mood is content. That sucks, actually. Starting content sucks. Now, the Ancient Honor Guard do have Formidable Approach, which kind of makes the good mood less relevant than it could otherwise be. No, we've got Holy Water. We got Holy Water. They just changed the sorting order. We got Holy Water. But the Holy Water matters less in Hardened compared to Vanilla. In Vanilla, the Holy Water does just enough damage to finish off a Ancient Legionary. In this, it does not. You don't know if you'll catch a live, but Godspeed, yeah. Where are the pimps when you need a mood boost, right? Right, so I'm gonna hold off on doing the equipping for the fight for Saturday. What I'm thinking right now, big picture idea, is so Helmfried and Slice the Elder for sure are going to be tanking the top flank. I actually might bring in Master Maticus and Dr. Vishnevsky as well to ride that top flank. Like, I might put both of the duo bros, get them slightly staggered so that we can gain the full benefit from dynamic duo. We'll gain the initiative and resolve boost. Right? The plus 20 resolve and initiative. The idea that those are the bros who are going to be subject to the Priest Horrify skills. They dead? Oh, they might. Yeah, they might. But then so be it. Might be slower than Ancient Dead because of the commander buff. Nah, they're pretty fast. These boys are fast. I mean, except for Slice the Elder, but he got a maimed foot. You can't blame him. We're going to be doing a little bit of gear swapping and stuff before the fight too. I'm not going to do it right now. But, yeah, we'll do some gear swapping. We'll do some mushrooms. We'll equip our Blessed Waters wherever it makes sense to do so. And we'll get whatever optimal gear we want to put on, right? Like Fosti 254 is going to end up putting on this. And in fact, we're going to put the metal joint covers on it. Give him the nipple clamps. I don't know. These are not the ideal conditions. This is not how I wanted this fight to start. I really thought that that adventure, going counterclockwise around the map, we would find some camps and that we would be able to sustain ourselves through the cartographer, and we were not. I kind of planned for it timing-wise. As you can see, I'm ending the stream earlier than normal because I thought we would be doing some fighting. I thought there'd be orcs here to fight. Spooky. Spooky. Spooky, 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 spooky. So tomorrow I am going to do Slay the Spire 2, because I'm super pumped about it. So yeah, have some time to think about what I want to do here. If people have some ideas, maybe things I might not be considering for the Monolith fight, please let me know in the Discord. Feel free to give suggestions. Even if I say, no, I don't like your idea, I'm not going to do it. I still want to hear it, right? Don't be afraid to suggest things. I'm open to ideas based on what we have available. If there's something I might not be thinking of, or you think I won't think of, let me know. But that's where I'm going to call it. Full send, full force. Full send, full force. I'll be back on Saturday. I'll put the stream time in the Discord. 49 crowns. This is it. Now or never. The team goes to the Black Monolith. And so, to all of you wherever you are in the world, the run will conclude soon. But until then, make it a good one. Ta-ta.